Good evening. Today is April 19th, 2022. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 4 p.m. and the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 4. At this time, there is no public comment on closed sessions items. That's my understanding. And I'd like to close the public comment and recess into closed session. We're going to try to get started. So it is 6 p.m., April 19th, 2022. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and the board met in closed session and no action was taken. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. Unless otherwise ordered by the Sacramento County Public Health Department, the state, or by other legal mandate, including AB 361 board resolution, the Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Public comments update. One public comment period. There will be one public comment period during each regular meeting after the board recognitions that will include items within the district's jurisdiction, but not on the board meeting agenda, and public comments on the items on the board meeting agenda. Public comments. The guidelines for the in-person public comments and participation can be found on the outside table of the boardroom and on the district's website. At this time, I'd like to start with the first item, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. We are recognizing and honoring Ms. Emmeline Lanus, who unfortunately could not be here tonight, but in lieu of her, we have her son joining us, Luis Coloma, and Rudy Ortega, principal of Florin High, and Ms. Jamerson will be reading a statement about Ms. Emmeline Lanus. So if you can please come on up to the podium.
Good evening. Florin High is honored to recognize Miss Emmeline Lanus as our education partner. Miss Lanus has been a tremendous advocate and positive presence to the Florin High School community. Our district and school rely on the involvement of parents and guardians to improve student outcomes, and Miss Lanus has been a model parent in that regard. Miss Emmeline Lanus is a parent to two present and past Florin High School students. Daughter Jacqueline graduated from Florin High School in 2020 and is currently attending San Diego State University, while daughter Jamie Lynn is a current freshman at Florin High School and plans to enter our audio production pathway next year. When Miss Lanus learned that she could support our dedicated and hardworking community, she eagerly volunteered to help. In addition to transporting her daughter and friends to and from tennis practice and the other various school activities, she helped by joining the school site council during both daughters' time at Florin High School. On the council, Ms. Lanus always asked questions that move the discussion forward through the lens of advocating for student-centered solutions. Two specific areas that Ms. Lanus has been very influential in are advocating for our school to bring the ethnic studies class to our campus for all ninth grade students, and establishing a school-wide focus of improving the A through G rate for our graduating students. As a result, students are benefiting from both programs today at Florin High School. Ms. Lanus, Florin High School, and the Board of Education, thank you for your dedication and service to our school community. We are honored to work with and learn from her.
If everyone could please rise for the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And stay there, and we'd like to present you. And again, thank you.
She'll be proud to keep all these pictures. Congratulations. Thanks again.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the presentations and recognition by our student representative reports. Up first is Florin High School. You can please come to the podium.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Martinez Alir, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Keisha Love.
And my name is Haley Chow, and we represent Florin High School. As the school year comes to a close, we are excited to tell you about the adventures we've had and the ones yet to come.
Our academies are thriving here at Florin and have made some pretty amazing accomplishments. For the first time ever, the State FFA Conference was held at the Golden One Center and the Sacramento Convention Center. We had 20 Florin FFA students partaking in leadership development. Recognitions for the Florin FFA as a superior chapter were received, as was a state finalist proficiency award in nursery production for Guadalupe Garcia.
Law Academy took a wonderful victory in a local scholarship contest, Operation Protect and Defend. 4 Law Academy seniors, Alan Chow, Ali Pan, Keisha Love, and Anna Vang, took home cash prizes ranging from $100 to $1,000. They were victorious over various schools, including McClatchy, Natomas, and Kennedy High School.
Our Law and IT Academy sophomores and juniors took a trip down to Southern California to tour Pepperdine, UCLA, CSU Channel Islands, UC Santa Barbara, and Cal Poly. During these tours, they got to speak with some incredible alumni like Ronisha Smith, class of 19, and Stephen Liu, class of 18, who graduated from UCLA in December and will be heading to med school in the fall.
The robotics team competed and entered the playoffs for 2 tournaments this year, hosted by Florin High School. Florin hosted 4 states robotics championships in March, with over 120 teams competing from Northern California over 4 days. The hydrogen racing team qualified for the state championships in Sonoma, California this year. The team placed 17th in the state.
The Florin High Choir has been hard at work, preparing for the Golden Empire Music Festival on May 7th and our concert on May 12th. They continue to support our school and the larger community by performing at assemblies, sporting events, and in the community.
Florin High Junior Molly Yang won the Outstanding Performer Award at the Northern California Band Association Winter Championships. Molly has also been performing with Florin's Winter Guard, which won 4th place out of 17 schools in their division.
7 of our AP Art students, Abrar Abudali, Chloe Yang, Kelly Wong, Serenity Williams, and Trin Nguyen, were recently featured in the Crocker Art Museum show. 2 incredible seniors received awards for their amazing works. Gwyneth Einuman won for Best Medium in Oil Paints, and Jennifer Duran received the Ruth Jansen Award, receiving $100 for her incredible work.
Our Panthers are increasingly using the library and getting their hands on some great books. In March, we had over 1,500 students check in to use the library, where over 1,000 books were checked out.
Spring athletics have started out with a bang. Varsity and JV volleyball are currently 3rd in the league. Softball is in 3rd place in the league after sweeping our league rival, Valley High School. Sorry. Boys and girls swimming is 2nd place in the league. Baseball is currently in 1st place with a 6-0 league record. Co-ed tennis are dominating the league with a perfect 10-0 streak and are in line to win another GSL championship.
ASB hosted our Multicultural Week, showcasing the wonderful cultures and diversity we have here on campus. We also invited our Panther parents on campus for Bring Your Parents to Lunch Day, and their turnout was great. It was wonderful to meet and talk with so many of our wonderful families. We are looking forward to our upcoming events, including the Senior Goodbye Rally and our last all-school dance for the year later this month.
This past weekend was Gala Weekend, and it was an absolute blast. It was so wonderful to see our Panthers dressed their very best and making memories. It has been our pleasure to present to you this evening. We now have a 1-minute video that highlights events from our 2nd semester and was produced by freshman and sophomore Hal Lamb and Gia Lee. Remember that you know?
And I know that every day is a great day. Be a respectful, responsible, and fearless Panther. Rawr.
Thank you. Up next is Las Flores High School.
Hello. Good evening, Board President, Dr. Crystal Martinez Allaire, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Dontel Pashong, and I represent Las Flores. Independent study has benefited my life. The flexibility independent study provides gives me the ability to allocate my time based upon my schedule. Being able to utilize my time more efficiently makes it possible for me to accomplish my daily obligations. Since I have had extra time, I've been able to learn how to invest in the stock market. Personally, I benefit a great deal from a quiet learning environment. With independent study offering students a chance to build their own learning domain, I was finally able to focus on my schoolwork. The online learning environment Las Flores provides gives students one-on-one time with their teacher. The opportunity to interact with one student at a time provides a better foundation for students and teachers to interact. Since independent study is electronically graded, I receive instant feedback. Receiving instant feedback allows me to assess my grades thoroughly. Independent study lowers my anxiety in many ways. Las Flores strives to offer students the opportunities for social interactions. Socially, there are on-campus clubs such as Gay Straight Alliance. There are also leadership clubs that function like an ASB. Las Flores has annual Halloween costume contests, gingerbread contests, and game nights. Some activities mentioned were impacted by COVID. Las Flores hopes to return to all previous activities in the fall. I'm glad to say that independent study has positively benefited my life in more ways than I can count. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vincent. I'm also with Las Flores. I'm a senior. I transferred in a few weeks. I'm a senior. I transferred in a few weeks before last Christmas. I joined Las Flores for a number of reasons and have come to like the school. For me, the biggest reason is the accommodations made for my mental health. A big thing that stood in the way at traditional school for me was the insomnia. Some nights I'll be up until 4 or 5 a.m. and that doesn't work with the traditional school schedule. With how Las Flores is structured, I can sleep in late if I need to. Anxiety is also an issue for me, especially when it comes to testing. My teacher accommodated my needs, allowing me to not test on days I can't. Social anxiety was also an issue with 2,000 plus students, but how the independent study nature of Las Flores has basically allowed that to go away. The second thing that drew me to Las Flores is the open-ended schedule. It allows you to multitask in ways you could never do at home or on site, sorry. This allows for bathroom breaks, eating and drinking, or taking care of things that may come up in class. Lastly, what drew me to Las Flores is ingenuity. I had summer school using the interface and it was very nice. So when I'd heard they used ingenuity, it sort of sealed the deal. I definitely wanted to go to Las Flores. Ingenuity tells me how many assignments I'll do in a day, how long it'll take, and when I'll finish a class. Speaking of classes, you only have to do 2 at a time. You can do more if you'd like, but you don't have to. And it's for these reasons I'm glad I came to Las Flores. Las Flores also has some academic programs, ones that encourage in-person connection. First of all, an academic support class, or in layman's terms, study hall. They have it 4 days a week, helping in core classes and Spanish too. Then for more personal connections, back to school night. They have arts and crafts there too to lighten the mood as you get to know your teacher in school. In terms of rewarding academic achievements, there's also the Students Award Night, awarding students and bringing everyone together to highlight some of the best apples. The last but not least is the connections with the parents. It's basically a meet and greet when parents are dropping off students. This allows parents to meet their students, teachers, administrators, and counselors. Of course, as you know, some of these activities were impacted by COVID, but we hope to return to all of these in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Valley High School.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Crystal Martinez Ariel, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Asta Singh, and I'm currently a junior.
And my name is Sukhpreet Johal, also a junior, and we are representing Valley High School as its student board representatives. With the year coming to an end, so does the seniors' time here in high school. There have been a lot of living, laughing, and loving with the senior class lately as they have found out about college decisions, had prom, and continue to participate in senior events and approach graduation. In order to honor and recognize all of the work the seniors have done, Beyond a Viking Week was created in order to promote the importance of a higher education. However, we are also acknowledging those who are choosing to go to the military, trade school, or directly into the workforce. We are extremely proud of all of our seniors and cannot wait to see how they're going to change the world. We thank all of the teachers and staff at Valley High School who have guided them through the application and financial aid process.
Juniors are really starting to feel the struggle with the junior year pressure with AP tests and finals right around the corner. Thankfully, the staff at Valley High have been phenomenal with their support. We recognize Mr. Montenegro for all he does with our after-school assets program. Assets has saved us a great sense of support and relief to the juniors during these hectic times.
Us Vikings take safety quite seriously, and although the mask mandate has been lifted, many students and staff members choose to stay safe and protected by wearing masks.
Now to shine the spotlight on the underclassmen at Valley High School. Our campus has tried 2 different programs and has seen great success. Freshman Voyage is completing its first year and has matched our freshmen into their college and career pathways that they will follow throughout their high school career. ABC Scholars is another program on campus that recognizes all students of all grade levels for their high achieving grades. A little ashamed to say this, but our underclassmen have the highest achieving numbers of students a part of the ABC Scholars. The Avid Juniors have paired up with the Avid Freshmen for a mentorship program. We meet twice a month for activities and Q&As. Although the incoming freshmen aren't on campus quite yet, our ASB has partnered up with the 8th grade leadership as pen pal buddies. This way, when our incoming freshmen are on campus, they'll have a friend and a mentor to guide them through.
The Valley Vikings have been making us proud as we welcome the spring sports back to campus. The men's baseball team has been extremely successful, winning one of their most recent games with a 17-8 score. The women's softball team has also been working extremely hard to make Valley proud. Our men's volleyball team has also been doing their best to show their Viking pride, and the JV team was able to win their first game rather early in the season. And of course, how could we forget about the amazing coaches who have guided these young people? One coach specifically, Coach Leon, was awarded the Coach of the Year by the National Federation of State High School Coaches Association. He was selected from over 46,000 coaches in the state, and we couldn't be prouder. He shows us how we can truly be Viking strong.
To save the best for last, Valley has hosted several events to keep students engaged with campus culture. Club Carnival this year was very vibrant as Multicultural Day was on the same day. The clubs at Valley gained several new members and the display of culture was very present on this day. This semester has been filled with Spirit Days left and right, and the participation for Spirit Days has been great. My personal favorite was Bring Anything But a Backpack Day. Let's just say the students got very creative. And of course, we can't forget prom. Despite prom being held on campus, it was still tons of fun. This year's theme was Starlit Paradise, so basically stars, moons, and blues filled our campus on this night. We'd like to give a huge thanks to Valley's ASB for the organization, staff members for their support and donations, and of course, our amazing principal, Ms. Campbell, for hosting our 2022 prom at her site.
That's it, right?
Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to recognize the principals of these wonderful high schools. Mr. Rudy Ortega, principal of Florin High School. Alan Williams, principal of Las Flores. And Bridget Campbell, principal of Valley High School. Thank you for those updates and amazing reports. At this time, students may be dismissed to go work on homework. Thank you. The next item is the athletic recognition of the winner CIF championships, and I'd like to call on Rod Emiston, who will be assisting Ms. Chaitis Espinosa and Mr. Forcina.
course they are.
We're gonna do the Elk Grove wrestling team first, so there's only 3 of them. And we'll do the young girls and do the
Okay.
Good evening, President Martinez O'Leary, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Tonight, I am honored to introduce you to 2 very special athletes and 2 very special teams. The 2 special athletes are wrestlers for the Elk Grove High School wrestling team. There are over 200 schools that compete in the Sac Joaquin section, and both of these outstanding wrestlers were crowned champions at the Sac Joaquin Masters Wrestling Tournament. Nolan Frank won the 220-pound weight class in a bracket that featured the top 32 wrestlers in the Sac Joaquin section. Next, Annika Miles won the 235-pound weight class at the Masters Tournament that featured the top 16 girls from the section. I would also like to recognize Annika for placing second in the CIF State Wrestling Tournament. 64 of the top wrestlers from across the state compete in each weight class at the state tournament. And congratulations to Annika for making it to the finals. At this time, I would like to introduce Pat Coffing, the Elk Grove High School head wrestling coach. Next, our 220-pound boys masters champion, Nolan Frank. And finally, our 235-pound girls masters champion, state runner-up, Annika Miles.
Yeah, families, please come on up if you'd like to take a photo of your students.
Congratulations. Next, Laguna Creek girls basketball team. They finished the year as Metro League champions and CIF Sac Joaquin Section Division II girls section champions. This group of young women finished the season 26-3. On their way to winning the section title, they defeated Bullock Colony 77-30, Whitney 63-34, Del Oro 50-45, and in the championship game, they defeated Antelope 60-49. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce you the head coach of the Laguna Creek girls basketball team, Cody Norman, 21-22 section champions.
All right, now I'd like to introduce our coaching staff and our players. One of my assistants, Winston Young. And now to the players. First off, Layla Barron. Next, Bella Boyer. Next, Akira Coleman. Next, Jakayla Gilmer. Next, Jasmine Howard. Next, Olivia McMurray. Next, Trinity Mosby. Next, Honey Nadal. Next, Caitlin Paulo. Next, Alexandra Tan. Next, Eva Taylor. Next, Zoe Tillery. And lastly, Array Young.
And any family that would like to take a photo, you can come on down to take a photo of your student. Any other board members are welcome to join. Board members, if you would like to join, you can. The principal, if you'd like to be in the photo, principal.
And Principal Mark Benson's here also.
One more. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Hey, Coach. Congratulations. And finally, the Elk Grove boys basketball team. They finished the year as the Delta League champions, the NorCal Division II boys champions, and the CIF Division II boys state champions. This group of young men finished the season with a 28-6 record. En route to their state championship, they posted a 5-0 record in the state tournament by defeating Clovis East 57-50, San Ramon Valley 59-55, Vanden 42-40, Branson 64 in the NorCal championship game, and Foothill 62-56 in the state championship game. This is the first team state championship in the school's history, and just the second earned by a basketball team from the Elk Grove Unified School District. Elk Grove High School is just the 6th Sacramento area school to win a boys CIF state basketball banner in the last 40 years. With that, it is my honor to introduce to you head coach Dustin Mundy of the 21-22 state championship boys basketball team, who will introduce his coaches and athletes.
Okay. All right, first, bring out one of my assistant coaches, Travis Kertel. And now for the players, first with Danny Denawi. Troy Vokalon. CJ Smith. Connor Fish. Vinny Gonzalez. MJ Bhatia. River Venegas. Hunter Rath. Nick Cherney. Ryan O'Sullivan. Isaiah King. Marco Joseph. Grant Galanka. Jordan Hess. Dejan Lott. Carlos Zepeda. And lastly, Amir Britton. Yes.
And I believe Principal Dr. Eugene Christmas from Elk Grove High School is here also.
Please come on up. Dr. Christmas for the photo, if you'd like to join, and any other board members, if you'd like to join the photo, you're welcome to, but families come on down to take a photo of your student.
I forgot to announce the athletic director, John Heffernan, is there also.
Congratulations again.
Congratulations to all of our individual and team champions from the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Thank you guys so much.
Hey, congratulations, congratulations. Yes, good job. The next item on our agenda is resolutions. Give it some time. And the first resolution today is Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and Ms. Donnell Black will be presenting the resolution.
Thank you. Good evening, President Dr. Martinez-Alier, members of the board, Ms. Nguyen, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here to request that the Board of Education approve Resolution Number 61, designating May 2022 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Asian Pacific American Heritage Week started in 1978 with President Jimmy Carter signing a joint resolution to recognize the month and to recognize the week, which was expanded to a month under the first president, George Bush, in 1990. May was chosen to commemorate the first immigration of Japanese to the United States, as well as recognition of when the Transcontinental Railroad was completed, recognizing that a majority of the workers were Chinese immigrants. Throughout the year, the contribution of Americans with Pacific Rim heritage are presented in the regular curriculum. However, the special focus for 1 month serves as a reminder of the combined contributions of this group. Although media reports of anti-Asian sentiment and violence has declined, the Asian Pacific American community continues to be targeted due to xenophobia and racism related to the global COVID-19 health pandemic, which makes this recognition and celebration of the contribution of the Asian Pacific American community that much more important. In support of this resolution, Curriculum and Professional Learning will be offering an educator workshop on the Asian American Civil Rights Movement and the Hawaiian Sovereignty Movement that is scheduled for May 3rd. Currently, we have over 90 educators registered for this virtual workshop. In addition, school sites will receive resources to help provide additional information on the Asian Pacific community. I thank you for your attention and request the approval of resolution number 61, designating May 2022 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
So moved.
At this time, I'd like to call for the motion to approve resolution 61, designating May 2022 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. And I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Perez. Do we have a second?
Second.
By Mr. Yang, I'll conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Albiani? Aye. Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
And myself is an aye, it's unanimous. The next item is Physical Fitness and Sports Month, and Ms. Darnell Black will be presenting that resolution as well.
Yes, I'm going to put my PE hat on now. And this resolution recognizes the central role of physical education and sports in creating a healthy lifestyle for all children in the Elk Grove Unified School District. During distance learning and hybrid learning, one of the hardest hit content areas was physical education. Teachers did their very best to continue to engage students in physical activity, but were reliant on self-reporting of physical activity during much of that time. While teachers have been able to reconnect students to physical fitness and students have been able to participate in sports and done quite well, as we saw this evening, recognizing May as Physical Fitness and Sports Month is a call to action to recognize that all of us need to be participating in physical fitness and activity. And campaigns like this reactivate our interest in physical activity and sports. Research shows that physically active children are more likely to thrive academically and have improved behavior in school. And schools can promote physical activity through a variety of means, including comprehensive physical activity, as we have in our PE programs, recess, and classroom-based physical activity programs. Additionally, participation in sports teams and physical activity clubs can improve grade point average, school attachment, educational aspirations, and the likelihood of graduation. And once again, now that we have more opportunities for students to participate in club sports again, in rec sports, emphasizing that during the month of May before they go into summer will provide that opportunity. Parents and guardians can also help by modeling the very behaviors we want to see in young children. So in support of this resolution last year, we brought in Open Phys Ed to provide professional learning. But this year, we're going to work with our physical education teachers to provide professional development to their peers in the month of May. I'm also going to be partnering with teacher leaders to provide a list of resources and physical activity programs that parents and families can participate in. So based on that, I humbly request that we approve Resolution 66 designating May as Physical Fitness and Sports Month.
I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 66 designating May 2022 as Physical Fitness and Sports Month.
So moved.
Have a motion,
Second.
second, and I'll conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen,
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Albiani. Aye. Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Forcina.
Aye.
Myself, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next resolution is National School Nurse Day. I'd like to call on Don Ross.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Martinez Alir, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. I'm here tonight to ask the board to continue its support of our school nurses and adopt resolution number 62, recognizing May 11th, 2022 as National School Nurse Day. Since 1972, National School Nurse Day has been set aside to recognize school nurses. National School Nurse Day was established to foster a better understanding of the role of school nurses in our educational setting. The number of students with complex physical and mental health conditions, along with the number of students at risk for health concerns and students who are affected by societal issues, necessitates school nurses use critical thinking and provide highly skilled evidence-based practices to meet the needs of students, families, and our school communities. The health of a student is linked to their ability to learn. Unaddressed healthcare needs make it difficult for children to participate in our learning system. The school nurse helps students succeed by providing healthcare through examination, treatment, and follow-up. School nurses play a critical role in the overall success of our students. I thank you for your support and ask you to adopt resolution number 62, recognizing May 11th, 2022 as National School Nurse Day.
So at this time, I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 62, recognizing May 11th, 2022 for National School Nurse Day.
I move approval of resolution 62.
I'll second, Madam Chair.
We have a motion and a second, and I'll conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Albiani.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Forcina. Ms. Tritis Espinoza.
Aye.
And myself is an aye, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is School Lunch Hero Day, and I'd like to call Ms. Michelle Drake.
Good evening, President Dr. Martinez Leary, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. I'm here this evening to ask the board to please recognize Resolution 63 or recognize May 6th as National School Lunch Hero Day. The School Lunch Hero Day began in 2013 with the School Nutrition Association and author Jarrett Krasowska, the author of the Lunch Lady series. Between preparing healthy meals, adhering to strict nutrition standards, navigating specialized student needs, and offering service with a smile, our food service professionals have a lot on their plate. The food service professionals in our district are on the front lines of providing meal service to the children in our community. As we have returned to in-person instruction, our school food service professionals continue to work extremely hard, operate with flexibility, and demonstrate a willingness to gracefully adapt to change. Their dedication to the children in this district is amazing and worthy of sincere appreciation and recognition. Elk Grove Unified leadership will honor and recognize our teams on May 6th. And with that, we ask that you as well recognize our employees by by approving Resolution 63 and making May 6th National School Lunch Hero Day.
I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 63, designating May 6, 2022 as School Lunch Hero Day.
So move, Madam Chair.
I have a motion and a
Second.
second, and conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen,
Aye.
Ms. Albiani,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson. Aye. Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Forcina,
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza,
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
And myself is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item is the recognition of the Day of the Teacher, and I'd like to call on Anne Marie Singh.
Good evening, President Martinez O'Leary, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. It is my pleasure to request the board to adopt Resolution 64, recognizing May 11th, 2022 as the Day of the Teacher in the Elk Grove Unified School District. Thousands of communities will take time out on Wednesday, May 11th, 2022 to honor their local educators and to acknowledge the contributions they make to our lives. While it certainly takes many people to make a school succeed, National Teacher Day focuses on the teachers who work to make public schools great places for students to succeed in life. It is my honor to ask the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education to approve and adopt Resolution 64, 2021-2022 to recognize May 11, 2022 as the Day of the Teacher in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
At this time, I'd like to call for a motion to approve Resolution 64, recognizing May 11th, 2022 as Day of the Teacher in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and a second, and Ms. Nguyen,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson. Aye. Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Forcina,
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Ms. Albiani,
Aye.
and myself is the aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is School Bus Drivers Day, and I'd like to call on Rob Pierce.
Thank you, President Martinez O'Leary, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Great night of recognition, a lot of appreciation of folks. It is my honor tonight to ask the Board of Education to adopt resolution number 65, 2021-22, designating April 26th as School Bus Drivers Day in order to draw public attention to school bus drivers for their continued and excellent services to Elk Grove Unified pupils. School Bus Drivers Day has been a celebrated event annually since 2009. The day was designated by the State Assembly to recognize and draw special attention to school bus drivers for their continued and excellent services to pupils throughout California. The day recognizes school bus drivers for their continued and excellent services to the youth of the state. The safety of the students rests in the hands of trained school bus drivers for numerous hours each school day, and as such, they expend personal time and energy in their training, maintaining their licenses, perfecting their driving skills, and acquiring additional knowledge of school bus laws through their continued education. School bus drivers face natural and unexpected hazards in the performance of their duties while exhibiting patience and kindness towards pupils, parents, and school staff. All the while, the safety of their precious cargo is paramount to them. There is joy to the start of the workday when we see a yellow school bus safely transporting our community's most cherished assets, our children. It's hard to not smile each morning when you see a yellow bus, and I'm always in awe and appreciate the bus drivers behind the wheel performing such a critical duty. Although we do appreciate our school bus drivers on a daily basis, we hope that April 26th will be a day that we can all take time to thank and appreciate our drivers. We have a number of plans to honor our school bus drivers on April 26th, and we hope that everyone in the community will extend their appreciation that day when they see a yellow school bus. And with that, I would ask your consideration of the resolution.
I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 65, designating April 26, 2022 as School Bus Drivers Day.
So move.
The first
I'll second, Madam Chair.
and a second, and I'd like to conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Forcina,
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Ms. Albiani,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson. Aye. And myself is unanimous. Thank you. The next item, the student expulsion transfer recommendation, there is none. So the next item is public comment. And at this time, we will be accepting public comments for items not on the agenda. I'd like to call on Ms. Soriano to see if there's any public comments via Zoom audio for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Martinez O'Leary, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. There are 5 public comments. 4 of them are for items not on the agenda, and there is 1 by way of Zoom that is for an item on the agenda. The 4 would start with Ms. Nancy P. is the screen name, followed by Lisa Stanley, followed by Exquisitive Hundley, and then followed by Emelina Mendoza.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everybody, and good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to ask the board to kindly consider a small change for our students in the locker room area, but one that will have a huge positive impact for all students. I would like to request to add foldable privacy screens inside the locker room to be made available as an option to use for all students to utilize if needed, as it should be available for all students to comfortably dress in the setting without feeling excluded or singled out. The example that I can give is I have a child in high school and expressed concern with not feeling comfortable utilizing the locker room. And the options that they were provided were pretty much where this student was going to be made to feel as if they were being singled out and excluded. So the only examples that I can provide from a personal and professional aspect is pretty much, if students have been a victim of any physical or sexual or experienced violation, physical or any type of crime in that sense, any type of mental issues going on, emotional issues. I myself work in the mental health care, and I see a lot of issues, with kids in high school and pertaining to also like the locker room area. So I am proposing for the option to utilize a privacy screen to be just made as an option to allow students to remain in the shared areas as everyone else and to remain able to utilize like everyone else, for the students' ability to feel safe, secure, and comfortable according to their feelings, their needs, their emotions, their mental, physical, and emotional self and well-being without interfering with class or class time and without singling anybody out. And my idea is if we can do a fundraiser, or I myself or the school that my kids attend would like to donate. I do have a picture that I can provide to show what it is that I mean. It's the same as the privacy screens that we use in the medical healthcare field when we don't have the option to use a private treatment room. And I'm just kind of also looking for guidance of, being pointed in the right direction is how we can make this happen for all our students. And thank you guys for, from the bottom of my heart, for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Do we have the next speaker?
Hi, my name is Lisa Stanley. I'm a student advocate for Black Youth Leadership Project. Every week is something new with EGUSD. This week has been especially frustrating. The level of complete disregard for families and negligence by your staff is appalling. We want to know, why are there so many missteps when it comes to situations happening on your campuses? These schools are quick with the pen to dish out discipline. Mind you, it has been unequal discipline across the board. but far worse is that the discipline is given prior to a thorough investigation. Parents are left uninformed of threats, danger that their kids are in on your campuses. There were parents able to come onto campus to fight youth with no known consequences. Make it make sense. Please tell me why your administration is not clear on situations at hand before making phone calls home. Why are they constantly retracting their comments, denying things that they said that parents clearly heard? Why that in a meeting set with advocates and parents set specifically to resolve such issues, all parties were not included? None of this makes any sense. BYLP has tried to assist this district to no avail. And yet here we are constantly being the voice in these rooms to finally give families some comfort and let them know that they are not alone and that they have rights and are not asking too much. Then today at Consumnes Oaks, I witnessed the most egregious behavior by your staff. As if her irritation, shortness, and dismissive behavior wasn't enough, this woman had the audacity to call a Black parent loud. If I was in there loud, guess what I would be allowed to be? Loud. But as soon as a Black parent is passionately concerned about the mistreatment of their child, they are labeled loud and aggressive. Any parent frustrated with a system designed to push their child out of school has every right to be loud. These are our babies. These are the same terms that are used to justify Black babies as young as 7. We are sick of the inactivity and the continued we are sick of the inactivity by your administration and your board. We are not going away. We will continue to show up. We will continue to be loud. We will continue to advocate for our babies on your campuses. We want to know why our students are being disciplined at higher rates than their white counterparts for the same or lesser infractions. We want to know why your numbers verify this is happening within your district and still you refuse to do anything differently to correct the harm caused by our students.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Exquisitive Hunley. I am an advocate with BYLP. I am coming before you today to address this discipline's complicit behavior in the treatment of Black students. Today, I witnessed firsthand how this district ignored a parent's wishes during an IEP meeting / manifestation determination, and for certain staff to be present to give their vital input regarding the child. All the while, the staff who ran the meeting presented as dismissive to the advocates and parents' concerns that were brought up during the course of the meeting. It appeared that there was an objective to protect the district, staff in their own interests, and to make sure the student did not get a fair and complete meeting. Let me be clear. Your district representatives made it abundantly clear their minds were already made up regarding their student during this meeting, and it was a mere formality. There even came a point in time where the Black mother was voicing her concern and showed passion, to which she was told her tone was loud. Many of the advocates and the family that were on the call was taken aback, as words like this, loud and aggressive, are synonymous with negative attributes towards Black girls and Black women. This is very distasteful and disrespectful display by your district towards a mother who is advocating for her son. Again, when would this district take accountability for the treatment of not only our Black children, but our Black families? This mother is owed an apology for this conduct during the meeting. And I use that term loosely because it was not really a meeting. You all need to rectify this situation immediately. And an apology is just not words, but it is action. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have the next speaker? Next speaker is not on the line on the Zoom meeting. Okay. So we will move on to the public comments and
So
call. There was 4, I thought, was it 4
One,
Zoom? Yes,
okay, no one.
on the agenda. Mhm. So not sure what happened to the other individual. We'll move on to the blue cards for items not on the agenda, and I'll ask Mr. Yang to call on the individuals.
Thank you. Good evening. First up, we have Kendrick Belcher. Follow up with Cynthia Valensko, I'm sorry.
Ready to start? Thank you. My name is Kedron Belcher Harris, and I just want to thank you for the time. This is my husband, William Harris. I am said parent that was accused of being loud in the meeting that was described earlier today. Let me give you a little bit of context. I've been in this district for 23 years. I have 5 children. The youngest 2 are the first to go to high school in this district. One of my sons is on an IEP program, and I noticed I was proactive before returning him to school because he had done so well prior to COVID on an IEP. I tried to proactively modify a plan because I knew that the school might not likely be prepared. In doing that, I was told that in trying to do so, he would not qualify for A through G. I allowed him to go to the school, consume his soaks, and between September through November, we witnessed things such as where teachers have apologized and acknowledged, but we witnessed things such as none of the teachers knew his IEP. We had a teacher one time get so frustrated because he was using a method in his IEP, she screamed at him in front of the class. We had another situation where another teacher did not know, and when he was refraining and being quiet, they had the whole class removed. It's been incident after incident, and I would just want to say this. I've been in this district. I've sent a couple emails here and there, so you've probably recognized my name, but I've never seen anything so blatant and fraudulent on paper where people are so confident. I am a compliance analyst for the state of California, and I've been seeing a nonprofit for 15 years fostering the esteem of youth. I can tell you that the things that have transpired just this year with my son has put him in a situation to where he's literally been broken all the way down. And the meeting today was just very insulting. There was a predetermination before we arrived. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to give you context about who I am, what our family represent. We do so much in the community. We work with the city of Sacramento. We work with the police chiefs. We foster self-esteem, and we have youth that are successful, that are going to college, that are going to be coming up behind us. So I don't want to be unrealistic and state that I want you guys to change, because I'm not sure that in this type of system that will be, but I wanted to give you some context on what type of things, what type of people are being oppressed with these situations. And if my husband, William, if you wanted to say something really quick.
Agree with what she just said, in that, we were all in a meeting today, and it was embarrassing. It was really embarrassing to think that we send our kids to schools with people that we had to talk with today and trust them like that. You guys should really check into that.
I'm very concerned about the children. I'm gravely concerned about the type of things that adults are allowed to do to children. And I want to be very clear about something. This has not been my complete experience, but in this situation, it's very, very grave. So I have every evidence, every article. I track everything. That's my job, 9 to 5. So I have nothing to hide and everything to present if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Cynthia Velasco, followed by Charles Washington.
Good evening, everyone. Board members, Superintendent Hoffman. My name is Cynthia Velasco, and I am a special education teacher at Joseph Kerr Middle School. I have been a teacher for 21 years, 12 with this district. To be honest, this is the first time I am attending a board meeting, let alone speaking in front of all of you. So being here is of great significance for me. I am here today to advocate in the strongest possible sense for an increase in pay for our paraprofessional educators, or paras. I believe our paras should be appropriately and adequately compensated for their dedication, commitment, hard work, and vital contributions to our educational mission. Paras perform an invaluable role in our classrooms. They provide vital services, just to name a few. Paras implement lessons and student individualized education program, acronym for IEP goals. Paras collect data. Paras manage behaviors. Paras run academic centers. Paras help prepare materials for lessons. Paras accompany students during community-based instruction. Paras facilitate social groups. Paras teach functional communication skills, and paras assist in toileting when necessary. As you can see, we rely on our paras. We rely heavily on our paras to ensure a safe, positive, supportive, and highly effective learning environment for our students. Like teachers, bus drivers, and substitutes, there has been a shortage of paras due to working conditions, low pay, inflation, COVID-19, etc. Due to these adverse circumstances, teachers, and more importantly, the students and their families are also adversely affected. It would be unfortunate to lose more paras due to these issues because paras are an integral part of the learning environment for all the students. I have been blessed to work with such amazing paras since the beginning of my teaching profession. My paras, Mick, Christy, and Teresa, in my self-contained classroom program for acquisition of language and social skills, acronym for SCC PALS Level 4 program, are hardworking, passionate individuals that have gone above and beyond their duties without complaints as they serve and support me and my students. I am proud to say that they are an asset to this district, and it would be unfortunate and regrettable to lose them. I would like to end with a quote from Richard Branson, an entrepreneur, business magnate, and billionaire who founded Virgin Group. Clients do not come first. Employees come first. If you take care of your employees, they will take care of your clients. We are in the business of nurturing and shaping the minds and well-being of developmentally challenged students. Our paras are vital instruments to this most noble endeavor. I implore you to please ensure their continued contribution. Thank you for your time.
Next, Paul Washington, followed by Florin Pryor. Good evening, Board. Superintendent Hoffman. I'm here tonight again addressing, well, no longer about my daughter because really I'm here to address the misconduct of the administration at Catherine Albiani. Our recent complaint was in regards to the metadata that we received by the district that showed and stated that information was backdated by the vice principal on an incident report. Not only was it backdated, information was falsified. So with that said, I stand before you because this is something that you need to address in regards to, I mean, this is really a criminal act. Not only is it a criminal act, I just don't understand. I worked for law enforcement for 25 years. And anytime I had an incident report to complete, we had to complete that report by the end of shift. By the end of shift, we couldn't leave until that report was done. So it's interesting how the vice principal backdated it almost a month later. I could barely remember 3 days ago, let alone a month ago. But I know why it was backdated. It was backdated because we've been applying pressure in regards to advocating for my daughter who was misrepresented at Catherine Albiani by the administration there. She was accused of something that she didn't do. She was disciplined. The discipline was reversed by your director, Dr. Bessler. So if the discipline was reversed by your director, obviously she had already communicated with the administration, and it was decided that there was no ed code violated. So if there's no ed code violated, you had no choice but to reverse the discipline. So with that said, in moving forward, and in requesting not just discipline, but the way my daughter was treated, requesting for termination of both principal and VP, but to see that now there has been a criminal act in changing data on a 12-year-old child just to save your job, because I don't understand what other reason would you go back and backdate? There's no reason to do that. Again, you had plenty of time, but as soon as we applied pressure, then you changed it because you wanted that statement on that incident report to match what the principal had stated. So it's a lot of disappointment in how the district is taking care of this, because just like this young lady over here and her husband, I don't know him, but that's what she's speaking of. She's speaking of the same things.
Mr. Washington, your time's up. Please finish your
I
point,
appreciate it.
please.
Let me finish, please. I wouldn't be here if, again, this is my eighth month with no resolve for my daughter. Again, straight A student, no issues, no misconduct, accused by another student. I don't know that student's background. Are they straight A, their conduct, anything of the above? Nothing was done by procedure. There was no conflict resolution done. You didn't bring in both kids to get that communication resolved, because it could have been handled there and we wouldn't be here. So as we move forward, now we're dealing with gaslighting, now we're dealing with lies, now we're dealing with unprofessionalism. Before I end though, Mr. Hoffman, I appreciate if you could either communicate with me or my wife in regards to removal of any discipline on my daughter's file. We've requested several times. I've heard nothing back. Again, the discipline was reversed, so there should be nothing on her file, because initially we were told that there was no file. And then later on, it's like the goalpost keeps getting moved to where we're starting to see that it's lies. And so the integrity of the district right now is more than question, okay?
Mr. Washington, thank you.
Up next, Florin Pryor, followed by Elizabeth Moore.
Good evening. To not belabor the point. So first I want to start with something positive. So I want to thank Principal Albiani over at Franklin High School for finally agreeing to get the parents together of that brawl that we co-facilitated together. And we're making some headway. So I want to give a shout out to Principal Albiani over at Franklin. I have some concerns, and I always do. Okay. So I was in a meeting today with the Harrises, and my advocates have come on and told you about what they witnessed. What I want to say and what I want to make sure is absolutely clear, his IEP was not followed. His BIP, Behavior Intervention Plan, was not executed. They on the phone said that he did not have enough time, the teacher in question did not have enough time to implement or to follow the behavior intervention plan. If the behavior intervention plan was not followed, that means the IEP was not followed. That should have, in that manifestation determination, they should have found that they were not in compliance. What your staff did, instead of doing what they were supposed to do, they had already predetermined the outcome of said manifestation determination. How do I know that? The letter was sent to the parents on Friday, and they just received it in the mail today. This is prior to the manifestation determination.
They allowed a psychologist that the family asked be removed, and they requested a culturally competent psychologist to take their place. Their psychologist was not allowed into the meeting. The parents were not given the safeguards or their rights prior to the meeting starting. You all have an issue, and I'm going to need you to check your staff before I got to check them. I don't appreciate being in a meeting where a mother is expressing the concern for her child, who you all, I'm sorry, not you all, your staff changed the diagnosis on. She's advocating for her child, and you're going to call her loud? That has so many racial undertones. And so I got loud. I got loud to get her attention because I don't appreciate it. And we come in here month after month, week after week, and we tell you about the things that are going on with your staff, and you all don't check them. You don't hold them accountable. You have this lady who's a program specialist who was rude, dismissive, unprofessional, and she better be glad I wasn't in person. We're sick of it. So I'm going to need you all, because you all have a you have an extension to suspension because you're trying to expel this child who has an IEP. I'm going to need you all to make sure you know that the meeting will not be at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It will be at 4 o'clock when I can get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Elizabeth Elmore, followed by Leanne Valencia. That's it. That's the one.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. It's my first time.
It's okay.
I want to start off by saying I love my job as a para with for students with learning disabilities. Believe it or not, it's always been my dream job. I myself had a learning disability growing up, so I always wanted to be that person that told the kids that yes, you can achieve this dream. Because when you do have a learning disability, you don't. You think you're stupid. You think you're not capable. You're told that it's going to take you longer than other regular students, as I was told. So when I have a student that comes up to me and says, thank you for listening to me, thank you for being there, or look, I got student of the month, or look, I got honor roll because you pushed me, you're my favorite teacher. That's right, teacher, not para, I teach. Or when a parent comes up and says, thank you so much for the difference you made in my son and daughter. And these are reasons why I love being a para. This job means a lot to us. That's why we stick around. But there becomes a point where our families sacrifice for us. We have to either apply for public assistance, get a second job like I do, live with family members, live in poverty, to continue doing what we love. What we get paid is crazy. I'm a para in the Learning Center, and I actually get paid less than paras inside the classroom, but yet I deal with the same students. I get paid less because I'm considered mild mod instead of mod severe. I have 10 groups a day where anywhere from 2 to 8 students that I teach. I plan my own lessons, I make copies, I collect data, I test students, I deal with students' behavioral issues, I check in with students to make sure they're completing classwork and homework. I build relationships with my colleague students and my students' families where they can rely on me. We become like a family. How is it a kid straight out of high school can get a job with no college experience and make more money than I do working for this district for 4 years, where I'm responsible for the students and their safety and their learning? I had to also have an AA when I applied for this job. I bring home $1,100 a month. That's barely enough to buy my groceries and put gas in my car. I have to work the set after school program while it's still around, and that only brings home an extra $1,000, if that, to pay for my extra bills like phone bill, car insurance. We love what we do. You guys have the act where it's no child left behind. Because of us paras, we help you achieve that goal. But when is it where there's going to be no employee left behind? You guys have to start caring about your employees the same way we care about our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Valencia.
All right, guys, so that. See us again? Glad we're here? Or not. This is not where I want to be right now. I haven't seen my kid in over 10 hours. Once again, hey, how y'all doing? I'm okay, you can hear me. Okay, but I don't want to get loud on here because I get loud. So if I get too loud, let me know, okay? Plus, I like to look at who I'm talking to and not the computer picture. So sorry about that. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, we're here. By the way, great news. I found an apartment. Oh, bad news. They can't read your pay stubs. So guess what? They think I make $50,000 a year. Isn't that funny? 20,000, not 50, 20,000. But because the pay stubs look like I'm getting paid so much because they can't figure out the days because they put them in by days, not by totals, because I don't know what's wrong with this world. But once again, I'm back to the streets. Also, hey, so happy, lost my wallet. Last 20 bucks. No ATM card, no ID, no gas in my car. Not sure how I'm getting home tonight. Still don't want to give you that $70 a month? $70. Thank you to our wonderful teacher who stood up for us. Teachers stand up for us all the time. Glad someone came here to do it. People not following an IEP. Do you know what would have happened to me if I didn't follow an IEP? I wouldn't have a job. But why? Because my credential isn't good enough? Because I couldn't afford to continue in school? Because it's just an AS? Yeah, I could be working in medical. But no, I stopped and I came here to take care of all those kids. And guess what? She mentioned No Child Left Behind. Oh, that's right. It's not No Child Left Behind anymore. We changed the name of that because we are leaving kids behind because they have no support groups. They have nowhere to turn to. Do you know how many people we've watched leave? How many parts of our families, work families, who were there all day, every single day with these people? Those kids call us mom. Those kids run up to us, give us a hug. When you have a foster kid that cannot express himself to anyone, cannot get close to anyone, but wants to bring you a piece of paper and say, will you read my story? And then wants to sit down with you and wants you to be the one to sit there and ask, should I let my foster dad read this? Do you think it would help? And explain to you the memories of a 5-year-old child getting ripped out of his family's home. These are the kids I'm with every single day that because you guys don't want to help us, won't have anyone to turn to anymore.
That ends the public comment blue card.
That concludes our public comment. As a reminder, we do not comment, but however, we will have the appropriate staff follow up. The next public comments are for items on the agenda. And I believe Ms. Soriano said there was one Zoom public comment for the item on the agenda.
That's correct, Madam President, Dr. Martinez O'Leary. That's Mr. Joel Boyd, and he's commenting on the reports for item number 1.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. I'm calling really to make a comment about the expanded learning opportunities presentation that Mr. Cerruti is going to give later on this evening. It was just a pleasure to learn about all the different programs for the expanded learning opportunities. There's oftentimes a negative connotation when students have to attend summer school or attend other classes, but it was a pleasure to see that we have a lot of educational enrichment programs and expanded learning opportunities planned, which again is another feather that Elk Grove Unified School District can put in their hat. What I'm more interested to hear from Mr. Cerruti is, I know that these programs are placed on the website for people to get more information on, but what other methods of communicating to the larger population of the Elk Grove School District that these programs are available. I did my own little unscientific survey, and I asked about 20 parents I know that they know about these expanded learning opportunities, and told them about some of the programs, and they didn't know. And again, that was just a small sample of those 20 parents that I knew. But, I would say that if you extrapolate that out and did something a little bit more scientific, you'll find out that there's more parents that are not aware of these opportunities that are educational enrichment for their students. So again, great job on creating these programs. But it would be nice if more students and parents were aware of these programs so they could take advantage and opportunities of them. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. I believe that concludes the Zoom public comments. Are there any blue cards for items on the agenda? There's no, right? Okay, there's no blue cards. The next item is the consent agenda. I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 25 on the consent agenda.
I move approval of items 1 to 25.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And I'd conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen,
Aye.
Mr. Forcina,
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Ms. Albiani. Aye. Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. It's unanimous. And I'd like to call just for a 5-minute break before we go into the next item, which will be bargaining units, or I believe, right?
Program, not grant.
Back in order.
Ongoing. Yeah, ongoing. It's not a grant, that's grant. They're different. That's why we're doing it, to make sure. It is confusing. That's why. But a grant and program, two different things. Yeah, I know that. I know. I just need the programs are included. This is the program.
And the way, what I think, we're gonna double, check this out, we're gonna double half $1 million. Okay, the next item is reports. Expanding Learning Opportunity Program preview of approval process. Call on Mark Cerruti. I'm sorry. Any bargaining units that need to talk? Okay. Moving on back to Mark.
Thank you, sir, and good evening to you and good evening to the entire board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos, and good evening to all that are tuning in this evening. Very much appreciate the opportunity to provide information leading up to the board's approval of our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program plan. We refer to it as the ELOP-P. And I'm going to provide tonight, what we're providing is a timeline information. I'm going to go over the timeline in just a moment. And then expanded learning opportunities, the context information that will help folks understand everything from just expanded learning in general, some funding information, things of that nature. And so the timeline, the way that we've set this up, Superintendent Hoffman has asked us to lay this out because it's broad in scope. It involves a lot of money. It involves a lot of students. And so we want to make sure that you as the board and all the community and all of our educational partners have the information necessary to be engaged in this process. So tonight is a preview of expanded learning opportunity. That's what this is somewhat setting the context. On the third, the next board meeting following this one, we're going to go over the state requirements so that folks understand what is required in terms of adopting the plan itself. And included at that time will be a completed draft plan. It's not until May 17th that we would bring it to the board and it would be a consent agenda item that it would be approved. And what that does is it allows 2 weeks after the full plan for the board to examine it, to ask staff questions, for us to get that information back to staff. But also what we're doing, if you recall, when we had the mid-year LCAP, I'll just refer to it as that. When we had the LCAP that didn't require at that time formal board approval. That's what the board will adopt when the board adopts our LCAP in late June. That mid-year report will be connected to that. But what wasn't a requirement then, and it's what we're doing here, is we will post the draft plan, and it will allow for the community to log in or go onto our website, click on it, and they'd be able to provide open-ended comments in order for us to be able to get that feedback as well. So that's the overall plan. Tonight, some contextual information. On the third, legal requirements and the actual draft. 2 weeks of the board and our community being able to, and all of our educational partners to weigh in. And then based on that, if we're making any changes, we would certainly update the board of any and all of those changes so that what is posted and what is there for the 17th, hopefully would be to getting the board's approval and consent of for the plan.
So Mark, one piece I just want to make sure, and part of the reason we wanted to do this tonight as well, is if you remember, we always have an LCAP, but we also had a second LCAP this year called the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. And so they use the same acronym. So we had 2 LCAPs for a while. So what's going to happen now is we're going to have 2 ELOs for a while. And so this is one of the pieces, and it's not the band, like some folks might. So we had the Early Learning Opportunities Grant, and that was a one-time funded piece with regard, and it was to help, one of the first things that came along with the COVID relief dollar. So when you see expanded learning grant, one time in nature, it's what allowed us to do the super robust summer school programming that we did last summer. It's what we're doing with our intercessions and work during the school year, and it's how we're going to do our expanded summer school this coming year. So expanded learning opportunities grant, one time in nature, plan in place, moving forward. This is the program. So you're going to hear ELO program, and some of it sounds familiar, but it's really the state of California's long-term vision for what expanded learning looks like in California, before school, after school, and summer, and all those kinds of things. So this is crazy exciting because it's going to be huge, and we'll talk about scope of it in a bit. And it's all the things, many of the things that we've wanted to do. The one caveat, that sticks in the craw a little bit is they have carved this out of our normal Prop 98 allocation. So this isn't additional money for education. It's money that was going to schools anyway, but the governor and legislature have carved this money out specifically for ELO. Worthwhile programs, and we're going to do a great job with it, but it is a categorical, and so that's coming back with the way we're being funded. So it's Prop 98 dollars, education dollars, but carved off for a very specific and worthwhile purpose. But it is designed to be ongoing. So I just want to make sure you're going to hear ELO, and sometimes you might get confused if you see grant and then you see program, and I can sometimes when I look at it, I get confused. So I just want to make sure we're clear about that.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very, very much.
Clark, are you done?
No, because what I'm going to be
I have
doing
a
is.
question regarding Mr. Hoffman. Why do you refer to it as a categorical program now?
Because it has a very specific set of rules in which the money, instead of it being put into the general fund and what's in what would regularly be in the LCFF, and then locally through our LCAP, we would decide how those dollars are being used. These dollars are carved off of Prop 98 dollars that are designed to go directly to schools, and it is now in a specific set of criteria within a program. Those dollars are within that program, and districts will get the money, but they'll get it in the program, and there'll be audit guidelines that are built in to make sure that those dollars are spent the way that program is set up. So it's a categorical. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, every program we have guidelines and reports, et cetera, which you said.
They used to. I mean, we used to have, I don't remember how many, 50 different categorical programs. When LCFF came together,
right,
they lumped the vast majority of them together still. They still had transportation and a couple others that they left separate. But now what's happened is you're starting to see a movement away from funding only going to LCFF, and you're seeing individual programs come back into place similar to what we had previous. And that, so it's categorical.
Regarding the expanded learning opportunity grant, that came from the federal government to the state of California?
Yes.
And the program, the new one, which was, the grant was 2021 fiscal year, correct?
I believe that is true. Yes.
2021.
Because it was one of the first COVID relief.
Right. That's why there was.
So there were several of them that came through. So I'm trying to put in the exact date on it. Don't hold me to it, but I believe 21 was right.
So the 21, 22 fiscal year, school fiscal year, 22, 23, 23, 24, those years that we're going to get, are those the same stream of funding from the federal government
No.
to the state of California?
No, we received the dollars for the ELO grant. Those dollars were distributed to states and school districts already.
Yeah.
And we built a plan on that. I do believe there was a finite date, a relatively short finite date on expending those dollars. They have extended that to the end of the 24 school year because they knew it was difficult to ramp things up as fast as they originally asked that to be done. But that was an allocation, a COVID relief response. The ELO program are state dollars that they've already allocated some dollars to districts currently, but their plan is for this to be an ongoing program that will allow us to serve kids in expanded learning opportunities moving forward. And it's ongoing dollars within the state budget.
Okay.
Mr. Perez?
Yes.
Can you hold your questions and comment until Mark is done with his
We'll
presentation?
answer a lot of these questions when the presentation is done.
You will have your chance. Continue, Mark.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going to have the pleasure of introducing a partner and colleague of mine, a member of the Education Services and Schools team, the administrator who oversees our expanded learning program, and that's Ms. Erin Sipes. And she's going to walk through the contextual information. And Mr. Perez, you're going to hear more information about the funding. And
Is she our employee here? Or?
She is.
Okay.
She's an administrator, the Elk Grove Unified School District, and has been leading our expanded learning program for a number of years. And as I've said, I always ask my folks, and while it's somewhat in jest, it's actually not, because it's important. And I ask, as hard as everyone's working, I say, do you still love your job? And she says she has the best job in the entire district, and she truly believes it. It shows in the work she does. She also, we're privileged to have her expertise. She is sought and is included in statewide and regional committees. So she has a great deal of inside information programmatically and from a budget perspective. And I'm going to turn it over to her. Erin.
Thank you. So the most amazing thing about the Expanded Learning Opportunities program is that it gives us the opportunity to build on our existing programs. So I'm going to start by giving you some information about the current existing programs that we already have that are already funded. So currently in the Elk Grove Unified School District, we have 17 programs operating at elementary sites. And I'm highlighting elementary sites because the ELO program is designed to serve students in transitional kindergarten through 6th grade. So it's targeted at elementary. Our programs are funded through the ACES grant, the After School Education and Safety Grant. That's an ongoing funding source. Our programs serve approximately 3,000 students a day when we're at full capacity. And the grant funding is awarded based on the percentage of students who qualify for free and reduced price meals. So most of the programs, the ACES programs that we have that are operating are predominantly located in the schools with the lowest income. ELOP, that's the new program. The standards are expected to be aligned with the ACES program. So that means our ELO program offerings will include the program elements of educational enrichment, literacy enrichment. We will feed students a healthy snack or meal every day, sometimes more than one if they attend before school and after school. There's a program plan that includes elements, training, integration with school day, other opportunities, community collaboration, physical activity, fiscal accountability, data collection, and then we have to support a continuous quality improvement process. And that program plan needs to be reviewed every 3 years and updated with the Department of Education. So the new funding is going to allow us to expand those programs to serve additional students, to serve additional school communities, to provide daytime support for our students who are in transitional kindergarten or kindergarten half-day programs, to provide before school care, and to extend our intersessional and summer offerings. So before we dive into the Expanded Learning Opportunities program a little deeper, I wanted to give you an overview of what the funding looks like. So this is the full picture of California Expanded Learning funding streams. So some of this was already shared by Mr. Hoffman, but you can see on the far left, the orange is the ACES that's funded at $650 million per year. That's a state funding source. Above that in the lighter orange, you see 21st century funding, and that is $140 million per year. Both of these funding sources are available through grant application, and Elk Grove currently holds grants for both of those programs. In the middle column, the teal colored column, you can see that represents the $4.6 billion that was the ELO grant. So that was the grant that we came before you late spring to share the summer plans, ongoing plans throughout the school year. So that was created through Assembly Bill 86 in March of 2021. Programs needed to be approved and the plan needed to be approved by June of 2021. That is a combination of state funding and federal stimulus funding. It includes ESSER money. It includes the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds. It's one-time funded. Some of the funds will sunset in 2023 and some in 2024, depending on if it's the state or federal components of it. The purpose of that grant, it was COVID relief money for reopening and to implement a learning recovery program. So that's the one-time funds. On the far right side, that's what we're here to talk about tonight. That's the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. So this is ongoing funding. At the bottom in dark blue, you see the 1.75 billion. That's the current funding level. It is anticipated to be fully funded before 2025. That'll take us all the way up to the top there, the $5 billion. So right now, the allocation per student is at a base level for that 1.75 billion. And as the funds grow, then the allocation per pupil will also grow. So we anticipate getting more money for Elk Grove in the future. As that happens, the per pupil funding increases, more local education agencies will be expected to expand their programs for access for all students. So ultimately, the goal of this funding is to provide universal access to after school for elementary students. So to give you a picture of what the funding looks like right now, for this year, the 21-22 school year, we received $11.6 million. The current year we're in. 21-22, we have 11.6 million. To give you a feel for what the funding rate is, our ACES program is funded $10 per student per day. So for a 180-day school year, it's $1,800 per student, plus $300 per student for an additional summer program. ELOP's current allocation is only $672 per student, but we anticipate that that's going to grow to $2,027 per student. It's on the slide. Do you have a copy of the presentation, sir?
It's on page 8, and we do have it in our BC, our board communication. So it does say the amounts on there, and she said 2,200 and 2,027 per student
is the anticipated rate when it's fully funded at the $5 billion. So with this funding source, similar to some of the other programs that we've had come through the legislation fairly quickly, the initial template, the plan template, is pretty general in nature. But of course, there's detailed work to be done once that plan is approved and once the details are finalized at the state level. So at this point, we do have some challenges. The annual allocation, we're expecting it to increase, but we don't yet know how soon it will increase or how much it will increase, if it'll increase incrementally or if it will be all at once. We have to have the initial program plan approved prior to commencing services this summer. And so that's why we're bringing this to the board now. Unfortunately, CDE has not yet released the audit guide. So we have some general direction on what needs to be done, but we don't yet know exactly what will be held accountable for. And there is some proposed legislation that may affect, mostly enhance, our ELO program. There are 2 pages in the omnibus trailer bill that's moving forward. There is AB 2507 for the Universal After School Program that actually protects funding for middle and high school. And make sure that the ACES funding and the 21st century funding don't get changed away from the middle and high school, and that this money can continue to support elementary, but there will be something to offer our secondary students. And AB 2501, which calls for a work group to be formed to help lead the field in promising practices for the ELOP.
So Aaron, just one note real quick. So the challenges and with the current timeline. So this is just going to be another example is we're going to build the plane while we're flying the plane. That's just the reality of it is we have to get the work done before we have all the details from the state in order to meet the timeline of providing the services to the kids this summer. So and that's kind of how we've been working over the last couple of years. But that's kind of the analogy that I use for folks to understand is we're gonna be flying it and putting the doors on and putting the seats on and all those kinds of things as we're kind of working through the process.
Sometimes this one feels a little bit like we shot somebody out in a slingshot and now we're going to build the plane and go try to catch them. Okay, with that, knowing that we'll be back with more details and some of the legal requirements next week. Any questions?
I'd like to call on Ms. Nguyen.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have no questions.
Questions or comments? Ms. Chavez Espinoza?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So not a question for now, but something I'll be interested in when you're able to come back and bring more detail is what, if any, facilities needs we'll have, right? There's lots of different visions of expanded learning. Some of those call for co-locating non-educational services on a school site. And obviously when our schools were built, that was not in our educational specifications. So I'll be interested in what that might mean, how we might need to adapt our facilities. Thank you.
Mr. Yang?
Thank you for the presentation, and I'm excited for more programs for our school district and looking forward to talk and see more things happening in our very soon to happen. So that's all I have.
Ms. Albiani?
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions.
Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you. I don't have any questions either.
Mr. Perez?
I always have questions. Okay, I still don't understand the flow of federal dollars to our district from the grant that was for fiscal year 2020, 21.
The
And-
ELO grant?
Yes, the grant. And to transition to the expanding learning program, right? So is that the same pot of money, but a different a name now? Because I know we got the grant in 2020, 21. And now we did we reapportion? Did we apply for the monies? We had to reapply for 2021, 22, correct?
This is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program was brought about by Assembly Bill 130. It's totally separate from the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant.
Right.
Unfortunately, they have the same name, but
Right.
So we didn't have to apply for either of them. This is actually going to be part of our principal apportionment.
So
This is
Mr.
ongoing funding that'll be assigned to the district based on the number of students. who
Okay,
qualify.
then you're saying we didn't have to reapply, but it came from the same federal source of money.
No.
But now it's called a different,
So Mr. Perez,
without
if you
the
look at
grant
the,
name.
Mr. Perez, if you look at the screen.
Right.
So the one on the far left, that's when we talk about, that's the programming, the ACES programming, and the 21st century programming. That's the money that's there, been available, and that we have to apply for and compete with other districts to get those dollars. And
Okay,
we do a
right.
phenomenal
I
job. We
understand that.
actually.
I understand that.
So that's the one, and so when we apply, that's the only one of these that we apply to.
Okay.
The middle one was the grant, and it was part of the first allocation with regards to the COVID relief. That's that middle column. And that is a combination of federal dollars and dollars that came from the feds that went to the states, and the states individual states made the decision to give some of that money to school districts. And
Right.
that became the ELO grant.
Can you stop right there then?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I'm looking at the chart and I have it in my notes here. It says underneath the chart, funding source, state and federal dollars.
That's what I
And
just
that's the
said.
question I asked.
That's what I just said. So in the grant money was a combination. The feds gave COVID relief dollars.
Right.
Some of it went directly to
So
school.
did the
Hold
feds.
on. Some of it went directly to schools. Some of it went to states directly. And then states made the decisions if some of those dollars went to schools. And in California, that happened. So that's why it's a combination. The governor put aside some money that went to schools. The feds did big money that went to schools. The feds also sent money to states, a separate pot, and the states made decisions with some of that money to also give that to schools. That's what happened in California. So that's why that middle column is a mishmash, lack of a better term,
Exactly.
of state dollars and federal dollars. But when you go to the far column,
Right.
the far column, those are state dollars. They didn't come up with this idea on their own. They see what the feds did and the Fed programming, and that's why a lot of the ideas in the ELO program actually are similar to what you see in the very first column. And the advantage of that is we're going to be able, we already have those programs in place. So we're not going to start from scratch. We're going to be able to use these new dollars to expand the grant money that we've had to apply for over and over again. So it's really exciting because we're going to be able to expand upon things that we already do. But the state money that they're providing to us is a carve off from the Prop 98 dollars that education is entitled to anyway. They're making this, and there's ed advocates out there right now that are saying, don't go so fast with ELO. Put that money into the general fund, put it into LCFF, put it into the base grant, and let local districts decide how to use those. That conversation is happening in the Capitol right now.
That's what I don't agree with. The conversation or the support or the idea. You're letting districts decide what to do with the money, and you're getting away from your categorical program issue.
You say
which
you, who are you
you
talking?
want guidelines. Hold on here, I haven't
Say
finished,
you.
I haven't finished, I haven't
When you
finished.
say you, who are you speaking to?
Well, your organization that's supporting it, the whoever.
Don't say me. 'cause that-
Okay, California School Board, I mean.
That's
School
you.
Board, yeah, us, and also the supervisors, the supervisor, California Supervisors District. Those people, I think, want.
But those people.
Less categorical programs and want less control of the money so they can spend it on others, like the beginning of ALCAP. You know, there was no policy guidelines and that was fine. And then we end up spending it on teacher salary increases.
We
So
didn't do that.
anyway, that's example.
So,
We didn't do that.
Yes,
Mr.
that's
Press,
example.
Mr.
So
Press,
anyway, I would like to see.
Mr. Press, can we slow down just for
Okay.
a moment?
Okay.
Because that's a different, right, discussion. And I just want to go back to the slide, please,
I'm
regarding
back
the
to-
current funding that we're looking at under the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program.
Okay, so this particular slide we're looking at, 7, I was wondering why you couldn't have put in the actual federal dollar amount on the federal level, that whole chunk of money is right there. It's what? $4.6 billion. Could you have broken that out by the state allocation and the federal allocation to the state of California
The
for
purpose.
this program? Could you have done
so
that?
We did that already.
Well, can I
Hold
see it?
on, hold on. Hold on. We did that already when we did those plans. When we did the ELO plan, when we did the ESSER plan, that's what we did. Remember, we went through meeting after meeting that showed these are the federal dollars that are coming in. These are the state dollars that are coming in. This is the total. This is what Elk Grove Unified. We spent meeting after meeting after meeting going into detail on the board. The board moved forward on those plans. The purpose of this slide, the only reason we're having this conversation tonight is because we didn't want to have this be the confusion at the next meeting when we actually start looking at the details of the ideas of how we could use these dollars. All we wanted to do tonight was make sure, and we knew this would be confusing, and that's why we wanted to do this tonight, is we wanted to make sure the board and our community understood that there's a new funding source, state of California, focused on
Federal too?
Hold on, no, these are state dollars for that far right column.
Oh, you're talking about the last one.
Because
Right.
that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
We're really not talking about the other two programs tonight. We just wanted to make sure we highlighted them for people because we knew there would be confusion when people saw the concept of an ELO grant versus an ELO program. So that's all. So all we're going to work on right now, moving forward for this particular conversation, is the ELO program.
Okay, here's
Any conversations about ESSER?
Okay.
And yeah, we can have those conversations, but that's not what this conversation is about.
Okay, yes, okay, I understand that last bar, but you have a little duration one time through September 30th, 2024.
You're in the middle column or the far column?
Middle column, right.
Again, we're not talking about the middle column. The
No,
middle
no, no,
column,
no.
but the middle column
But-
is the ESSER plan.
What happened to that grant program? Well, you were the ones that you. okay,
so just-
The staff says one-time monies, the grant monies, but it's gonna go all the way to September 30th, 2024.
Some of it does, because I remember the ESSER
But
plan.
what's-
But no, remember, Mr. Perez, when we did the ELO plan,
Right,
it let us go through this coming summer.
right.
Because that's when it was designed to
Right.
stop. When we got the ESSER money, what we did was we just took the same ELO plan and we said, we're still going to do those after school and summer programming, but we're going to do it into the next school year and the following summer because the ESSER money allowed us to go on a longer timeline. That's all work that we did last spring this time when we passed the ELO plan previously, and then we did the ESSER. Remember ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3?
Right.
That's what you're talking about in that middle column. What we're talking about now,
No, you're talking, the left one is ESSER.
no,
No, that's
the
different.
middle one is
yes.
ESSER.
And just for purpose,
The way you identify it, you call it AB 86 ELO grants.
Mr. Perez, Mr. Perez, I just want to clarify for tonight's clarification in the presentation, we're only focusing on the new opportunity
Let me ask you this.
for, that's going to be provided to
So-
us by funding.
Yeah, so do the grant categorical guidelines and objectives for that program,
For what program?
for the ELO grant, do they apply to the next, to the for the ELO program?
No.
Same
No,
same
there's going to be a new set of requirements and guidance
And,
that are for the ELOP. Now, are there going to be a lot of similarities? Absolutely, because what the California governor and legislature have done is say, there's a really good program from the feds,
right.
but we need to put more money at it from the state level, but California is going to put their own spin on it, but they're not starting from scratch. They're using a lot of the ideas that exist in the federal programming.
Yes, that's what I disagree with.
So-
Okay, you can disagree with it.
Okay.
It's a great
Mr.
program.
Perez, Mr. Perez, can you please sit down so the public can, I know, but it's hard for the public to hear you when you're off the microphone. So if you can please, and then I know you said you were finishing your last comment. So give
Yeah,
you
I
that
thought it
time.
was.
And Mr.
But,
Perez,
but looking at, I'm just being mindful because we're going on 15 minutes now. So I would like you to, so we can continue to move forward. So
we're going to
um,
bring this back
they're
to you,
gonna bring
Mr.
it-
Perez.
Yes.
And I would be happy, I know this week's been a really bad one for you, but I would be happy later this week or early next week, and we can sit down like we've done, over the last few weeks. And
Right.
we can go step by step through all of this, and I'll make sure it's all clear. I know it's confusing, and that's why we wanted to
it's
get this initial piece done tonight.
Well, that's a big issue I have. The federal dollars when they get here, California, and the legislators, they, like you said, they want outcomes, positive outcomes with us monies, and they're gonna put requirements on them, which I like the categorical programs, and they're geared for a variety of students, low-income students, foster youth, English language learners,
No one's arguing that. It's
Right?
exactly, that's exactly right.
right?
All I said was there are folks out there that are saying, because there's money available, there's other needs in districts too. So fund this, but don't accelerate it. Use those dollars and put it into the general fund so districts can take care of other things that are issues. I just said that's the conversation that's happening at the Capitol right now.
Well, that's put in a general fund is not what I like as a board member.
I
of this
hear you,
school
Mr.
district.
Perez. I hear you.
Yes, and I'm not sure if my other fellow board members agree with me.
They may not. That's possible.
Yeah, exactly. But yet the discussion of that issue should be discussed in this atmosphere, but a lot of people don't want to discuss those issues.
But for
That's
purpose,
when I get upset
let's not
with
get
this
into a lot of people or make the comments.
I close
Let's-
that way.
You're entitled to your opinion, but let's be respectful of each other's opinions. We might all bring different perspectives. For the purposes of tonight, we are looking at the current new funding source or opportunity that will be provided to our district. And I'd like to move on to Mr. Forcina next.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. And you can, with the exception of the first question, you can either answer the questions or tell me that you will explain those later on. Okay, first question. Other than posting the plan on the website, how are we going to publicize the fact that a plan is being posted to ensure that the community is aware of the plan?
Great question. We'll make sure. We will make sure in communications that we're getting out, district communications, that this is going to be coming. In fact, we can begin that this Friday and include information about that in our communications that go out.
And one of the
That's
pieces,
what I'm concerned about. If it just goes out on the Friday communication, that is not reaching everybody. It is available to everybody, but not everybody goes on the website to read the Friday news.
we send those directly to them.
You can't hear me?
We send it directly to people.
Yeah, you don't have to go on the website.
Comes right to you. Every family. But
Yeah.
that's just one way we'll do it. Mr. Forcina, one of the things that we did learn through all of the ESSER plans and all those other pieces was that there are multiple ways to be able to get information out and to get feedback. And what we have committed to, even though it's not a requirement with this particular program, is we're going to do what we have been doing to make sure we get as many people exposed to it and as much feedback as we can foster.
Okay, your first choice question. How will we evaluate the effectiveness of the plan? And how will we correlate that data with data that we collect from other programs in order to determine the effectiveness of plan components on student performance?
One of the requirements of this plan is that it's reevaluated a minimum of every 3 years. And in addition to that, every school site that's offering the program has to participate in a continuous quality improvement process. So that's a data-driven process where they're looking at quality standards and they're comparing their performance in program with the quality standards and setting goals, targets, reassessing as it's a cyclical process. So that'll be happening at all programs once they're up and running. And that data is fed in to inform the 3-year revision of the plan.
That'll be addressed more in depth when the plan comes out.
There is a section in the plan that asks us to define what the continuous quality improvement process looks like. So yes, it's in there in more detail.
Okay.
As we get more detail from the state,
All right.
that'll be helpful as well.
Last one. Can you explain more in depth, because Aaron already made comments, more in depth, how current funding is going to be freed up with this new money and how that money will provide support to low achieving kids, i.e. slow learners that are not in the targets. Not all slow learner kids are in the targets.
We'll be able to hit a wider
So how
range of kids with this.
we're going to be freeing monies up. So what might we be doing to ensure that we can provide additional support to those children?
Mr. Fergina, I want to make sure I'm understanding when you're saying freeing up money. Can you?
Well, with the grant money that's going to be coming in for foster kids and English learners, so on and so forth, I presume that we will utilize those monies to do things that we previously have done through other funding. If that is true, then a certain number of dollars will be available to do other things with.
So I think what we'll be doing when we go through and implement the programs, and so the strategy that we'll be using is examining all of our schools have the ability and we have the data capacity to analyze the achievement levels of all of our kids. And if what we find is that after school expanded learning, after intersession tutoring, before school, if those programs are accelerating kids and we're finding out, for example, that we're moving at a faster pace than we saw previously, and that it means current resources that are going for that same thing. So let's just talk about early elementary reading. If we're finding out that we're accelerating more quickly and we had an overabundance of resources in that area and we could reallocate, we would do that. So I can't tell you specifically. What I can share with you is that going back to your previous question, because I appreciate the connection that's weaving your 3 points together. And that is Superintendent Hoffman did a nice job of laying out what's on that chart, because the ACEs, this is all basically being built. It's enabling us to expand what we've known and what we've done with our ACEs and assets programs. And we've been fortunate to have those, and we've learned a lot. And certainly Ms. Sipes can speak to the growth in the programs that we have had. We always evaluate our programs along a couple of lines. Now, one is these monies have built into them evaluative requirements. What we always do are two things. We evaluate the level of implementation. That's not necessarily quality. You develop quality standards in terms of implementation. We do it, and we've shared with the board, albeit we took a couple of year hiatus because we were dealing with a virus. But if you recall our PIC data, our program implementation continuum. So we analyze if a program was being implemented with fidelity at its highest quality, what are those pieces? What's happening? And so when you look at it, and depending upon how you categorize those, many times we're doing level 1, 2, 3, and 4, 4 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. But then what you do is then you analyze, and if you look at a program at school X and they're at level 1, then you can make some assumptions. You would assume that certain elements, that students, we would see then a lesser correlation with student achievement. And similarly, if it's level 4, you would anticipate higher. May not always happen. And so then it begins to enable you to ask the question, so then is our analysis incorrect? But I just want to share that we do two things. That program implementation doesn't necessarily mean higher quality. It's the relationships that we're looking at. And if we see consistent relationships, meaning higher levels of implementation and higher levels of achievement or reduced suspensions or whatever that may be, then we're seeing the right correlation, and then we understand that our metrics are consistent. So I don't mean to get into too much detail with this, but it's fairly sophisticated what we do to ensure that we can answer the question, how do you know what you're doing is working?
And that's the challenge. And Mr. Porcina and I've had this conversation many times, and I always had it with you as well, is the other challenge is finding one-to-one exact correlations,
right.
in relationships in educating kids.
Right.
I think is impossible,
And-
but very, very challenging at minimum, that you did X and you got Y versus we've implemented this, we built it, what we think is a really good program. We're implementing it with fidelity, and where we're seeing implementation with fidelity, we're seeing examples of higher achievement, and where we have less fidelity, we're seeing lower, but you can't say that one particular strategy on that particular day led to, the exact outcome. That is the challenge of the work we do.
Right, that's always a challenge. And that is data that then the directors utilize in their school site level meetings when the data is reviewed.
Directors, and that is the exact data, Mr. Forcina, that at the district level, we work with our site administrators. It's the best way that we can support them, is being able to analyze programs at that level of detail. And to Superintendent Hoffman's point, and just to restate it again, because it's really important, is that we don't state that there is causation or one-to-one correlation. What we do is we look for relationship. And that's what we do look for. And over time, if we begin to see that there is the type of relationship we're looking for, it tells you a few things. It tells you that your measures are probably pretty good and pretty accurate. And then it does enable you to predict. And then we can begin to look at programs. Instead of training everybody the same, we can begin to look at level 1 or 2 or 3 schools and begin to target our resources very, very specifically to those programs in terms of how we can improve them. So we can certainly, and we will, as we begin to implement this, we will certainly spend as much time as we need to discuss exactly how we know how they're going.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I just had one question, follow back to Ms. Albiani.
Are intervention teachers in this?
Right now, we do use teachers to support what's happening in after school, but it wouldn't be part of their contracted day. It would be voluntary hourly work for them to join into the after school program.
During the school day, we have intervention teachers right now. I know as part of our makeup work, which I would imagine is part of the third column. Is that in the plan for the, I mean, it's in the second column, I believe. Is it in the plan for the third column?
No, so the
Not at this
expanded learning
point.
opportunities program has to be outside of the school day.
Okay,
So it's
that's what I
before school,
needed.
after school, intercession, and summer. But we could very likely have English learner coaches, academic intervention teachers who are part of the team who are serving students during that time.
Okay, thanks.
My are more comments. I appreciate the presentation and the preparedness that goes into the presentation. Sometimes we ask many questions, so we appreciate you following up with some of our questions. Also, I just wanted to mention, thank you for the explanation on the slide regarding the different funding amounts. It can be a bit challenging at times to look when we're looking at new opportunity. And as you said, we're building a plan as we're moving along because we want to be eligible to apply for the funding once it's there. So I think, as we revisit more of the details in the future, we'll be able to really see what type of programming may be needed, right? And then going back to your comment, Mr. Cerruti, on research, again, it's hard to find causation to correlation. And so I just appreciate you mentioning that, because relationships and patterns and themes, can be something found in the research that helps to exhibit what's successfully working as best practices. So again, I appreciate the high level and the general of the detailed, but we'll definitely be looking forward for further information. So thank you both.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next item on the agenda is board member and superintendent reports. Do I have any board member reports? None. Superintendent? No. Okay. The next item is consideration of future agenda items. Seeing none, I would like to adjourn the meeting at 8:27 and thank you everyone for attendance.